break. We gotta readjust. A lot of nurse fits. A lot of nurse fits.
It's been about a week since Parkour Civilization just, I guess, decided to become the biggest thing I've ever done. And it has been an absolute roller coaster. I really can't even wrap my head around it. But with that being said, I actually wanted to make this video a long time ago because I thought it would be fun. And now I guess is the perfect time to make it since there are so many people that have now seen the movies. So today I'm going to be making a tier list of all the jumps in the first Parkour Civilization movie. And I was kind of undecided on what criteria I would be using to rank them. So let me just hop in a call with Siwat because he's going to help me rank these. And we'll figure out a proper system. Siwat, you ready to rank all these?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Let's rank these jumps.
All right. I have every jump built from the first movie on this first floor, and we have to go to the second floor to continue. We got to decide like how we're gonna rank these because it's like I can't just rank them off difficulty because the difficulty scales up. So obviously we can't just do like the harder ones are the higher rankings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I kind of just want to rank them on like whether they're iconic jumps, you know what I mean? Whether they're important to the story.
We're kind of a mix of all of them. You know, they get some points for difficulty, some for iconicness. You know, some for. Okay. I can see
all right,
that.
let's do this.
My first question is why do we have two of the same jump though right here?
Oh wait, I didn't put the beef or the chicken. Wait. Okay, chicken jump, beef jump. Let's go.
Wait, so what is this jump though?
Wait. Oh, just let me get to it.
Okay.
All right. Jump number 1 is the 1-block jump. And okay, mind you, all of these are canonically at the noob level, so we have to approach these with no sprint. So just keep that in mind. All right. The first jump of the series, I feel like this is a solid A tier. Like.
Yeah, I feel like A tier. You know, it's kind of the face of Parkour Civilization. It's how the noobs get around.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't think it's good enough to put it S tier, just because it's not too great, but it is like a very defining moment for level 1, like the thing that started it all. You know what I mean?
All right, let's throw it in A tier.
A tier, it is. All right, next jump, we got some pretty important ones, pretty iconic jumps, if I will say. We got the chicken jump and the beef jump, and now. Yes? Okay, I just want to state the obvious. The chicken jump is also just a 1-block jump. But you have to put it in perspective. Like, this is your 1 jump a day to get food. It's not like you can do 1-block jumps all day, but there's only 1 jump a day you get to do it for food. So, like, this is the important one. You know what I mean?
It's important for sure. The only thing I'm feeling in my gut right now is, I think in what we've noticed with the fan arts and on Twitter and stuff, is people tend to think that this one is the more iconic of the 2 food jumps.
I probably agree.
Is in a higher status. So what I'm debating is because this one's obviously S tier. You know, not to jump ahead too much here, but like, so I'm debating: does chicken then become a high A tier or a low S tier? I feel like that's what needs to be.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one.
Decided.
Beef. Okay. We can all agree that the beef jump is an S tier, for sure, right? Okay, that one has to be. I think it's high A tier, but yeah, like
it might be the highest A tier. Like I don't.
It could be the highest in the A tier. All right, I think let's put this one in the A tier. It's not quite the beef jump level. You know what I mean? Like,
all right.
There's just
we gotta do them though. We still gotta do them.
Yeah. There's just people that jump for the chicken, and there's people that jump for the beef, and I think the beef jumpers are on a different level. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you put it in that perspective, it really highlights why this one is S tier and why that one's A tier. All right, on to the next one. Here we got a 2-block jump, but mind you, this is still at the noob level. We can't use sprint here. This is a 2-block jump. Canonically, this is used to get the ticket. This is an important jump for the series.
The ticket jump.
I mean, that's a pretty, like, 2-block jumps are pretty difficult at the noob level. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
the ticket starts it all. The ticket starts
it really does. I mean, like, okay, my gut feeling is feeling like a high B tier, but I don't know if I'm downplaying the significance of this. You know what I mean?
I think you might be downplaying it, and also, you know, call me crazy. I'm just noticing right now, it's kind of fun to do this jump without sprint. Like, you just have just enough to get it done. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of satisfying. Like, it just feels.
So, are you thinking low A tier for this? Like, I could be persuaded to go low A tier.
I'm thinking low A.
All right, we'll go low A tier. Now we're back to another 1-block jump, but this one could be the most defining one of the series. What do you think we got here?
Okay, so based on what was going on over there, I think this might be the 1-block 360.
This is the 1-block 360.
Oh my gosh.
I don't wanna jump to any conclusions without your input, but I mean, I have to say that this is S tier by far. Like, if there's anything that's more deserving of an S tier, I can't think of it. You know what I mean?
No, it's gotta be. It's gotta be. Now I have a question for you though.
Yeah.
Do you think there's more iconic 360s than this one, or do you think this is the most iconic of all the 360s because it was the first one?
I mean, I feel like this has to be the most iconic one, right? Because it's like Teddy's character is like, yo, what? Like that was actually the coolest thing I've ever seen. You know, like no one's seen that before. Yeah. I don't know. Or the very last one. I don't want to spoil for anyone who hasn't seen the all of Parkour Civilization, but that one is pretty. That one's probably my favorite.
Right.
But let's just go with this one.
Yeah, we'll say this is top of S tier.
That's top of S tier. All right, here we're down. Okay, so we go from the 360. We go to Parkour Prison now. So we got some. In the prison, we got a 1-block fence jump. I think that's a pretty. I don't really know if this one's too significant to the story, to be honest. What do you think?
Well, let's say our grade that we're both thinking at the same time for this one. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right,
3, 2, 1, D.
1 C.
Okay.
Ooh,
All right, we got a little bit of a discrepancy here. I just think it's D. Like it might be high D tier, but it just doesn't really. I don't think it's that important to the story.
You are the parkour god, so I'm gonna give the floor to you here. If you think it's D tier,
I think I gotta make the executive decision and put it at D tier. All right, here we got another banger though. All right, we got another 1-block jump, but this one's we're back into the iconic realm here. This is the 1-block backwards jump. This is my other signature move of the series. I mean, you can't downplay this one. I feel
not as iconic as a 360.
I agree.
Just agree with that.
I agree. I guess it's A tier then, right? Like if there's no way, I think putting it in B tier would be a disservice.
Oh, that can't be B tier.
Yeah, it must be A tier. You don't think S tier here though?
I could see arguments made, but I think it's an A tier.
All right, let's go.
I could see people making arguments for S, but I'm gonna go A.
That one could be controversial, but let's put it in A tier for now. All right, here.
Comment on that.
Okay, here we're at the part of the story where I'm ranking up to become a parkour pro. And now, in my opinion, I actually think that this jump is one of the hardest jumps at the noob level. This is a 2.5-block jump, and I failed it. Like that's a difficult jump, and like even though no one has ever, like, in the story, right? No one's ever made this course, obviously because of the jump after it, which we'll get to. But, like, I feel like that jump would be the end for most people. You know what I mean?
Boy, I'm starting to feel a little different.
What? Okay.
I think I'm the parkour god.
I don't think that happened in the story. You might want to keep watching. I feel like I'm getting a solid B vibe from this. What do you think?
Yeah, I think B's fair.
It's a good one.
It's one of the harder ones. Like, you know, maybe you can make an argument for C, but I think B's.
This
one of the harder ones for noob.
Yeah, like this one isn't. I would feel like if based on the story, right? Like the significance level is a C, but I feel like this is an underrated one, so I'd move it up to a B. Here we have a very significant jump. This is the 3-block with the barrier at the end. This is the jump. Oh, and I can't sprint. This is the barrier jump that causes me to rank up. Like, yes, it's a 2-block jump, but it's got some very important plot significance. Like this represents something way bigger than just a 2-block jump.
I'll say this.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. What do you think?
I think this has to be a minimum in A tier. So
I agree.
It can't be lower than A.
I agree. Sure. I agree. I don't think it's S tier, and I'm gonna put it A tier with you. This jump is the 2-block jump over lava to get the iron boots.
It's pretty symbolic.
It is a symbolic one, and if you failed that jump, like after going through all that, I mean that's okay. He's eating the beef now. I mean you can't fail this one. That's a pretty important one. I can't go C tier, right? I'm gonna go B tier.
I think C's too low. I think B's fair.
Yeah.
I think if this was just a jump that occurred, it would be like C or D tier. But because of the symbolic nature of it's like your jump to become a pro. I mean, that's an important value to it.
Yeah. Let's go B tier with that one. All right, here this iron wall represents our transition into a parkour pro. Now going forward, we can sprint through all these jumps. All right, so you gotta keep that as a factor. This is just a 1-block jump with sprint. This is I'm just gonna come out and say it. I think it's a D tier. I don't think it's
I mean,
like 1-block jumps.
Difficulty.
Yeah, zero difficulty.
Sprint, zero like relevance. Like I'm not even sure I remember what this is exactly from.
Yep.
Is a D tier.
That's D tier. I mean, that's
just in D. Keep it going.
Like 1-block jumps just become irrelevant at that point. We got the 2-block jump, but this is
the parkour pro mode of travel.
Yes.
I think one thing off the rip that we've discussed in the past is this is a very annoying jump if you actually wanted to traverse, distance very fast. You know, it's just enough of it. You know, you'd almost rather it be a 3 block for like how easy it is to just jump and land on 3 blocks.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like if you're in the flow state of parkour and you're sprint jumping, like you have to stop eventually for these 2 blocks. You know, it's a little awkward. Probably gonna go B tier with this one.
You're gonna go B tier.
You think
so
that's
it's
too
still
generous?
relevant? You think it's still relevant enough just because it's the pros, like iconic pro?
Yeah, like it's one of the main 3 jumps. You know, like it's either a 1 block, a 2 block, or a 3 block. I feel like
I don't want to push you too hard on it. I think it's a C.
You really think so? All right.
I think so, but
I could be willing. I'm willing to be talked down from a B. I'll go C tier.
It's
all right.
of all.
Bye, Matthew. Bye, Matthew. Oh.
The floors of the parkour tower, it's the worst one.
Yeah.
The worst form of movement.
I agree. All right, C tier it is. Next jump. This is a jump that I just saw. Feel like this one's very insignificant. I'm probably gonna. Yep. I'm throwing that in D tier. All right, next one we got the 2 block vertical jump.
I find myself to be pretty inclined to any of the ones that you have to add vertical to the name. I find the longer the name, the funnier the jump. I'm already giving you a few points for that. I like that you have to say the 2 block vertical jump.
It is like once you start adding the vertical in there, it does get a little more intense. I'm gonna go C tier with this one. I don't think this one's too
jump.
Like I'm gonna go C tier, and I'm already gonna combo this into the next one, the 3 block vertical jump. I'm gonna go B tier with this one. That's kind of, I'm relating these together. The 3 block vertical jump they're pretty defining jumps, right? Like I saw this in the parkour training area, and I was like, oh, people are doing pretty advanced jumps, right? Like that's kind of what.
Up here.
Yeah. That's kind of what got me thinking, like, okay, I got to start training, right?
Yeah, I can live with that.
Yeah,
So
C tier, B tier. This is the 2 block fence jump. This is just in the training area as well. This is something I see. I actually fail it in the video, I think, to start off. But yeah, I feel like this one's got to be low. I don't know where it would be. Probably a D tier. No, yeah, probably D tier. First attack that I'm hit with in the parkour battle against the master is just a regular 3 block jump.
You know, if this was just a regular 3 block jump, it would not be that high up, I feel like, but it is the first ever attack launched.
That is true.
In the parkour battle, parkour world.
I mean,
so
that's
I would
pretty
say
significant.
Get some status for that. Yeah, like this would be a piece of, like if we went to the Parkour Civilization Museum, like they would have this set up as like the first attack.
That is a good point. Like,
so I would say you could make an argument for maybe this being an A. I'll be honest.
Oh man.
Or
yeah,
just be
I
high
actually
B.
really like that. I was thinking B to begin with, but now that when you put it like that, like yeah, this was the first parkour attack. I'm gonna go A tier. I like it. It's low A tier, but I'm gonna put it in A tier. This is the second attack. This is a I think I'll just call it a 3 block diagonal jump. It's kind of like a 4x3 though. Little less significant than the first attack for sure.
Kind of a filler attack.
It was a filler attack. I'm not gonna lie.
It's kind of a little funky too. Like it's like.
It is a weird. Yeah, it's a little weird angle.
What are you leaning towards for it?
I don't even know. I'm leaning towards C tier, like high C tier maybe.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, let's go C tier and move on. All right, here's where we get a little trickier. We're going 2 block 360. This is a pretty important jump for the this is when my counterattacks start, you know what I mean? Actually, this was my second counterattack.
Yeah, this is an iconic jump. Anytime it's a 360, you know, this is just, was this with sprint? You sprinted
Yeah,
for
yeah,
it?
this was a sprint jump 360, but it's not like it's not as iconic as a one block. You know what I mean? Like it's a little more forgettable than a one block 360. You know what I mean?
Did we put the one block 360 in S? I think we
Yeah,
had.
yeah, that's the highest S tier as of now.
So is this, you think, an A tier or a B tier?
I feel like putting it in B tier would be like we just can't do that with the Evo special moves, you know? All right, this is the jump.
This is where Teddy died.
Yeah, this is where. My hands. I built the exact. My friend is? Wait a minute. When I saw her, I wasn't wearing my chain boots. I was wearing my champion boots.
When the old man used the command blocks to wipe out this entire level, including everyone in it.
I never blamed you for what you did. I know it was a tough decision.
The woman didn't know me. She thought I was the old man. And if she thought I was the old man, she wasn't talking about my friend being imprisoned.
The old man's fight was supposedly with his friend.
Can you believe that? The old man let his battle with one person cause my parents and plenty of others to die.
The old man removed this entire level of civilization to imprison his friend. Getting to the top of this temple was never a way back to parkour civilization. It was a prison. And that means Siwat's plan was never to get out. It was to help free the person that the old man banished from parkour civilization. What have I done?
So, the old man is gone. That's a shame. If only he was around to see what I'm gonna do to parkour civilization.
This is it. One final parkour battle to save the world. The fate of parkour civilization is in my hands now, and my opponent is one of the most fearsome parkour fighters in all of history, and I was the one who helped him escape. I defeated every parkour legend thinking that I was helping Siwat get back to parkour civilization. I thought he was gonna be the one to destroy the world, but it turns out that was never his plan to begin with. His plan was to get me to unleash something even worse, someone who had been banished to this lost civilization. What have I done? Coming to this civilization was a mistake. I don't know who this person is, but if the old man wiped out this entire level just to imprison his friend, it was probably for a good reason.
That plan took a lot of, well, planning. And now, you get to watch how beautifully this unfolds.
You must be very proud. Your plan was perfect. You have everything you need. So, now, give me back my friend.
Whoa, not yet, buddy. Got one more thing to do first. Why don't you go introduce yourself to the villain of parkour?
The villain of parkour? I walked up the steps to see the prisoner completely surrounded by lava.
I hear you were friends with the old man. That makes two of us. I'm surprised he didn't throw you away like he did to me.
If you were actually friends with the old man, then explain all of this. Why would he wipe out an entire level of civilization just to imprison one person?
He was scared of what I had discovered. What was the term he used again? An illegal form of parkour.
Forgive me for not understanding, but you said an illegal form of parkour? What could you have discovered about parkour to make it illegal?
It's time.
What?
What I discovered is time. Since the beginning, parkour battles have always been one move after another, until I realized that they never had to be. You see, if you challenge someone to a race, it's the ultimate form of parkour fighting. It's the idea that you are willing to risk everything, that you will not only make the jumps, but you make them faster than your opponent.
A parkour race. When I first came to this level of civilization, one of the fighters challenged me to a battle. He said that the battle would start and end on a single block, and when I didn't do the jumps, I would have died if it wasn't for my totem of undying. That wasn't just a regular parkour battle, that was a parkour race. How was an attack like that able to do 10 hearts?
Racing has no limits. Once you challenge someone to a race, you either win or you die. No in between.
If that's true, then someone with that type of power could take over the entire world. No one would be able to fight back. And that's exactly why Siwat's breaking him out of prison. The old man must have known that parkour racing could destroy thousands of lives. That's why he went through such great lengths to make sure that this type of parkour never made it back to parkour civilization. But now it's too late. I let this evil back into the world. What do you want? What are you even gonna do to parkour civilization?
I'm going to do what I'd set out to do a long time ago, and enlighten the world with my new form of parkour battles.
I turned around to see that Siwat had built a parkour attack, but this was something I've never seen before. Siwat said there's only one more thing I have to do. If I get hit by this parkour attack, he'll give me back my friend. What is this attack? Why are there armor stands? And why do you need to hit me with the attack?
You know, I can't beat you in a fair fight, and I just want to land a good hit on you.
I can't believe that even after Siwat's plan worked, he still feels the need to prove that he's better than me. But it doesn't really matter at this point. He has my friend, and I have to deal with whatever he throws at me so I can get him back. He could be lying. This attack might be enough to kill me, but I was willing to take that chance. Thankfully, it barely did any damage. Okay, great. You got the satisfaction of hitting me in a parkour battle, so can we be done now?
Who knew? Armor stand attacks can take the boots right off of a player. Even champion boots.
In Siwat's hand was a pair of champion boots, and they weren't just any pair, they were mine. My champion boots were gone, just taken straight out of my inventory. How is this possible? What are you planning to do with those?
You can relax now. Your time as the champion is over.
I watched as Siwat walked over to the parkour villain and threw the champion boots at his feet. Oh no, this is not good. If the parkour villain gets access to the command blocks, there would be no stopping him.
Well, this is my ticket home.
And just like that, I was no longer the parkour champion. I just gave the most dangerous player in the world unlimited food and access to the blocks that control parkour civilization. Siwat handed him blocks, and at that moment, I knew my journey was coming to an end.
Now, before I return to parkour civilization, I need a good fight.
Yep, this is the end for me. Throughout my life, I've overcome the most difficult situations, but this is a fight that I don't think I can win. I've never even done a parkour race before, and I'm fighting against the person who invented it. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I have to find a way to be faster than the parkour villain. The odds are stacked against me, but as long as I'm still here, I'll never stop fighting to save the world. Well, let's do this.
I have to say, I'm going to enjoy watching this. I finally get to see you crumble.
You, prepare for a parkour race. You've served your purpose in this life. I offer you a quick and merciless death.
The parkour villain didn't challenge me to a battle, he challenged Siwat.
Whoa, 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 what are you doing? I'm the one who helped you escape. You, clearly made a mistake. I'm, just gonna take off before what's happening to me? Why am I stuck? I can't move.
I watched as Siwat tried to run away, but he couldn't. Whatever the parkour villain was doing brought him back into the battle. It was like a force he couldn't escape. What was this power? I didn't even know what to think. Just a moment ago, I thought I was about to die. And now I'm watching one of my greatest enemies fight for his life. The parkour villain didn't even start the race yet. He was just watching Siwat, but then he took off. Before this, I had never seen someone move so effortlessly through a parkour course. Within the blink of an eye, the parkour villain was already at the last jump.
Please don't. I'll do anything. I'll work for you. Just let me live.
The villain made the last jump, and the race was over. Siwat lost.
I suppose I had this coming for me, didn't I? For what it's worth, I was telling the truth when I said I enjoyed working with you.
And just like that, the parkour villain had claimed his first victim, Siwat. The one who would betray me over and over was betrayed by his own plan. Right when the battle was over, the parkour villain didn't even acknowledge me and started running away. He must know a way back to parkour civilization, right? If that's the case, then there's still a chance I can catch up and battle him before he does. Bro, did he seriously jump off the temple with no water bucket? Oh man, this guy's insane, but I have to battle him, right? I'm not gonna lie, I was a little relieved that he chose to battle Siwa instead of me, but I can't let him escape without at least putting up a fight. If I challenge him to a battle before he challenges me to a race, I might be able to keep the battle in my hands. The parkour villain has been trapped here for years, and he might know how to parkour race, but I'm gonna bet he's never battled against someone who can do 360s. I made it down to the ground level and I spotted the villain. He looked like he knew where he was going, so he must know the way back. He was fast, but I managed to keep him in my sights. I followed him all the way until we hit the edge of this level of civilization. I don't understand. There's nowhere left to go. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I only have one shot at this. I quickly placed down 3 blocks and I attacked with 2 3-block 360s. This was it. The battle had started and there would be no turning back now. This was life or death.
I was waiting for you to fight back. A neat little trick you did there with the 360s. Unfortunately, my knowledge of parkour is beyond your understanding.
The parkour villain didn't even look surprised that I attacked him with 360s. Oh no, what did I get myself into? I wasn't prepared for this. The parkour villain built a chest jump. And the worst part is he did a 360. That's impossible. I thought I was the only one who could do 360s. My attack was erased. It was all up to me to build a harder jump now. The worst part about this fight is that we weren't on an even battlefield. If this was an ordinary fighting space, I would try the longest parkour combo I could do. But I don't have that option now. I just have to do one very hard jump. And that very hard jump is gonna be the 3-block diagonal 360. I went for one of the hardest 360s I've ever done, and I made it. I still had a chance. But then, out of nowhere, I took damage. The jump I built wasn't harder than the jump he built, and I lost the attack.
Just as I expected.
The villain was looking inside of the chest, and I knew something was wrong.
Your downfall was your inability to risk everything you had.
Risk everything I had? But that's when I noticed I had nothing. Every single thing I had in my inventory was gone. No water bucket, no blocks to fight with. And that's when I knew the parkour villain stole all of them when he attacked me with the chest jump. This fight was over, and I lost. So that's it then, right? You have all of my blocks, I can't fight back. How are you even gonna get home?
These boots are the only way out of here. You could have left at any time you wanted. I suppose it was your destiny to deliver them to me.
Why aren't you attacking me? Why don't you just finish the job already?
The old man isn't around anymore, and the only one left to pay for his sins is you. I want you to know what it's like to suffer, to waste away here for years, to be forgotten, just like I was. Only when you are on your last breath, I will return to finish the job.
The parkour villain turned around and jumped into the air, disappearing. This was the end. The champion boots were the only way back to parkour civilization. Now, I'm stuck here with nothing, and there's no one left to stop him.
Just like I remembered it. And now, it's mine.
Oh, well, here we are. This is my last chance to save parkour civilization. I have to be the one to summon the parkour god. Apparently, nobody has ever successfully summoned him before, but I've met him. I know he's real, and I just need him to come back one more time. Because, let's face it, I destroyed the world. I let one of the most evil parkour villains escape, and death and destruction follow him everywhere he goes. I thought I was the champion of parkour, but my parkour abilities were nothing compared to the parkour villains. I was completely humiliated, like I was just another parkour noob, and all I could do was sit and watch as the villain took all of my blocks and escaped back to parkour civilization. And I was left here to suffer, just like the villain did all of these years. In all of my time in parkour civilization, I've never experienced defeat like this. I mean, it only took one jump for the parkour villain to take every block I had. It was like he knew every move I was gonna do, and all I could do was just sit there and watch. I started grabbing every block that I could. Yes, it's true, I may be stuck here forever, but my friend is still in the middle of a parkour battle. If I gather enough blocks, maybe he'll have enough resources to win. I just need these to not fall in the void. Okay, well, I guess 2 chests is all I have. Alright, so basically, my friend is gonna have to win the parkour battle in 1 attack. And of course, that is, if he's even alive still. I started making my way back to the parkour temple. Fortunately, when I got there, I saw that my friend was still floating over the void. void. I didn't have a plan. I was gonna have to use the 2 chests and improvise. But that's when I remembered this wasn't my only option. There might be a way to get more blocks. I almost forgot that I had an ally. We got separated when I fell into Seawat's trap, but he still should be alive. I went to the place where my ally was going to find Seawat, and I found him standing in the middle of the battlefield. Hey, are you alright, man? What happened here?
It was an ambush. I thought I would find Seawat here, but all I found was a fight. I barely survived, but I have nothing left. No more blocks to fight with.
Well, that answered my question. The only other place I know of blocks is at the very top of the parkour temple, but I don't have a water bucket anymore. It's just too risky. If only I could get the parkour god to come back and help us out or something. Other than that, I have no ideas.
Wait, you might be onto something. If you actually believe you can summon the parkour god, then follow me.
Wait, I was kind of joking, but alright. I started to follow the parkour fighter. At first, I thought we were going back to the library, but then I realized he was going further than that. A few moments later, we arrived at a building, and I saw a giant statue of the parkour god. The parkour fighter said that people would come to this building to try to get their prayers answered by the parkour god. Okay, so you said people would come here all the time, and they just summoned the parkour god?
People would come here, yes, but no one has been able to summon the parkour god. Apparently, the last jump you need to do is to jump into the void, and no one was willing to.
Great, so I have to die to summon the parkour god. Well, I mean, I'm stuck here forever, so it's either die now or die later.
If you do choose to go for it, good luck. I'm gonna go look for more blocks. It's been nice knowing you.
Okay, if I didn't know any better, I would say that his tone sounds like he thinks I'm not coming back. So, from what I know, no one has been able to summon the parkour god because of the last jump in this course. But I have some idea that it might be different for me. Back in Parkour Civilization, no one even thought the parkour god really existed. But I saw him with my own 2 eyes. He gave me the champion boots to save the world. He came back before to save my life, and maybe he'll do it one more time. And who knows, maybe if he does show up, he'll give me blocks, and he'll show me a way out of here. I just have to make sure not to miss a single jump before I even get to the summoning part. I barely made 2 3.5 block vertical jumps, and now I had to do, of course, water parkour? You know, you would think jumping into the void would be enough, but no. Instead, I have to not die accidentally, and then I have to die on purpose. How does that make any sense? When I first arrived on this level of civilization, I was forced to do water jumps to escape. And now, hopefully, this is the last time I'll be doing water jumps. I made the last jump, and I was standing at the base of the parkour god statue. A few feet in front of me stood a door, and when I walked up to it, it opened, just like all of the parkour temple doors did. I walked inside the room and I saw nothing. All that was inside this room was a giant hole in the middle of the floor. And of course, it went straight to the void. And this is the part when I began to realize that I think my ally was telling the truth. Unless I could somehow miraculously make a 5-block jump, it seems pretty clear that the only thing to do here is to jump straight into the void. Oh man, I can't believe I'm about to do this. Alright, parkour god, if you're listening, please send me some help. I backed up and I jumped into the hole with no blocks below me. But just as I was about to enter the void, I felt my feet hit slime blocks and I bounced up onto a ladder. Okay, that was not what I was expecting to happen. I didn't know how I was still alive. The blocks just appeared out of nowhere. Well, okay, if the parkour god's advice was to stop me from jumping into the void, I guess I got help. But I soon realized that my prayers were answered. Standing in front of me was a familiar figure, wearing diamond boots.
You know, it doesn't take much to convince you to jump into the void. You should really think these things through.
I don't get it. How are you standing there? I saw you die. How is this possible?
You asked the parkour god for help, so he sent me.
The parkour god heard me.
You look like you've been through a lot. Let's talk.
So it is true then. You removed this entire level of civilization just to imprison the parkour villain? I mean, wasn't there any other way to stop him?
The only other way was to beat him in a parkour race, and I couldn't. So instead, I had to deal with the consequences of my actions my entire life. I'm sorry, Elbow.
It's fine. I actually understand. There was nothing you could do. I mean, if anyone's to blame in this situation, it's me. I was the one who let him out. Everyone in parkour civilization would have been fine if I wasn't so reckless. And now I lost my champion boots. Those were the only ticket out of here.
You may not have your champion boots anymore, but there is still a way out of here.
I can go home? Tell me how. You know what they say, sometimes jumping in the void can save your life. I mean, no one has said that before, but in this case, it might have just saved mine. I have a way back to parkour civilization, but first, I just need to get my friend out of this parkour battle. I walked up to my friend expecting to see the parkour fighter waiting with his attack, but he wasn't here. What's going on? Where is the guy that attacked you?
You're not gonna believe this, but he fell in the void. From what I can see, he's never coming back, but the problem is that his attack still stands, and I'm at half a heart.
The parkour fighter fell into the void during a battle, but even if he's gone, his attack might hit you if you don't do a harder jump.
Exactly. So that means the only way I can get out of this is if you build me a jump that's harder than the attack.
Alright, I got very limited blocks, so it's time to do some parkour analysis. I'm not gonna lie, this jump is going to be hard. The parkour fighter attacked you with a 3.5 block vertical jump. Okay, that's not great news, but I think we might just be able to work with this. I placed down one of the chests. Now, my friend could do a 3.5 block diagonal downwards jump. Okay, we still have a problem. Your jump is going downwards, and that attack is going upwards, which means yours is still easier. I don't see how I could use the other chest I have to build a harder jump, so that means you're not gonna like this. You have to do a 360.
No way, man. I can't do a 3.5 block diagonal 360. Are you crazy?
I'm sorry, this is the only way. You have to make this to survive.
Oh, I never thought it would end like this, but at least I'll go out doing a 360.
There was nothing more I could do at this point. All I could do was watch.
I wish you never made 360s.
I watched as my friend jumped and made the 360 onto the chest. For the first time in days, both me and my friend were safe. Let's go! See? Not that hard. I knew you could do it. My friend was saved, and now there was only one thing left to do, and that was return to parkour civilization.
I didn't find any blocks, but it looks like you didn't need them anyways. So what happens now?
I may have a way back to parkour civilization, and the way back was in front of us the whole time. The old man told me there would be a room behind the champion statue inside the parkour temple, just like the secret room back in parkour civilization. Sure enough, the room was here, and it was nothing except for 5 parkour jumps. The old man apparently made this as a last resort.
So you're jumping in the void on purpose?
Apparently, and surprisingly for the second time today. The old man said that only by failing the 4th jump will I be able to make it back to parkour civilization. I gave my friends the blocks that I had. I would be going on this journey alone, so they were better off in their hands than mine. From their perspectives, they won't know if I had died or made it back home, so all they could do was just wait for me. My friend gave me his last piece of food to take on my journey. If I was gonna die in the void, I might as well not die on an empty stomach. Alright, let's jump into the void for the second time today. I'm really hoping I remembered the old man's words correctly. It was the 4th jump, wasn't it? Of course, there's nothing down there to let me know if I'm in the right spot or not. Wait, maybe it wasn't the 4th jump. Maybe it was the 5th. Oh man, why am I forgetting now? This was quite literally the only thing I had to remember. If I die and the entire world gets destroyed because I couldn't remember one number, well, I guess no one would know it was me, right? Okay, I just gotta choose one. I think it's number 4. This was it. This was the only way back. And the only way back was to fail a jump. Let's just hope I failed the right one. I was falling through the void, but then I felt ground under my feet. When I jumped, I thought my journey was over, but I soon realized that there was more to my story. I was standing in the place where my journey first began. This was my home, parkour civilization, and I was gonna be the one to save it again. Today could very well be my last day in parkour civilization. If I want to save the world, I'll have to risk everything. I was the one who let the parkour villain escape, and if he gets his hands on the command blocks, he'll be able to destroy the world. So, plan A, I cannot let him get to the top of Parkour Civilization. But it was at that moment I realized my plan might have already been over. I was down at the noob level of Parkour Civilization, but no matter where I looked, I saw nothing. Every building that used to be here was just gone. I could tell by the holes in the ground that a neighborhood used to be here. This was the neighborhood where I grew up in, and it's all gone. I knew that this only meant one thing. The parkour villain has already made it to the top and is using the command blocks to reshape Parkour Civilization. Oh man, this is not good. Well, plan A is out the window. It's time to start thinking of a new one. It's crazy to think that my entire life started in this temple. If I had never failed this one block jump at the beginning, I don't think I would have become the parkour champion that I am today. I might have just lived my life as a parkour pro, comfortable and happy. But where would be the fun in that? At least now I get a near-death experience every 5 minutes, and credit for saving the world. Hopefully twice if I pull this one off. I made it up to the pro level of Parkour Civilization. I looked around and nothing seemed different, except for the fact that, well, the statue didn't have my head anymore. Alright, I'm gonna guess that was a personal design choice by the parkour villain himself. Just like the noob layer, everything I remember from the pro layer was gone. Except this layer was different, and now there were buildings that I've never seen before. This is the spot where all of the pro houses should be, but now there's just one platform with parkour jumps on it. And not only that, the parkour jumps are identical to each other. This wasn't just a fight, this was a parkour race. I thought back to what the parkour villain said. He said that he wanted to enlighten the world with his new form of parkour. If I had to guess, I would say he did just that. All of the buildings surrounding the platform looked like prisons, but after checking every one of them, there was no one inside of them. No one was here. I couldn't help but think of two terrible ideas of what happened. Either one, the parkour villain wiped out every pro by himself, or two, he made the parkour pros fight each other. No matter what happened, the fact remains that the prison cells are empty, so that leaves me to believe that the pros are gone. But that doesn't mean that the parkour masters are. If the outcomes I believe happened were true, it makes sense. The parkour pros wouldn't stand a chance against the parkour villain, but the parkour masters know how to fight. And if they can fight, maybe there's a chance that they've been able to stay alive. I made it up to the master level of civilization. Only one more layer and bro, really? My statue got destroyed again? Alright, once I get my hands back on the command blocks, I gotta build like 50 of those. Even though I was on the master level of civilization, everything looked exactly the same as the layer below. The entire parkour city I worked so hard to make was completely wiped out, and once again replaced with a platform that had parkour race courses on it. I looked around but didn't see anybody, but that's when I realized that these prisons were different than the layer below. All of these prison cells still had doors on them. The masters might still be alive.
You just don't know when to give up, do you?
Standing directly behind me was the parkour villain himself.
I can only imagine you escaped with the help of the parkour god. That is quite unfortunate.
I wasn't expecting the fight to get here so soon, but here it was. It's time to risk everything to save Parkour Civilization. Alright, let's parkour race. This course right here.
I'm afraid not.
Wait, what? Why not? So now you're too scared to fight? What happened to all the stuff you were saying about willing to risk everything? Sounds to me like you think you're gonna lose.
You of all people should know that course is below people like you and I. If I were to race you, the course would be terrifying. But I'm not going to. I'm just going to use the command blocks to wipe you out for good. You can try to stop me, but it looks like your hands are full.
The parkour villain wasn't even gonna fight me. He was just gonna wipe me out with the command blocks. What did he mean when he said it looks like my hands are full? But at that moment, I heard something, and I looked over at one of the prison cells. One of the doors had opened, and standing in the doorway was a parkour master. He started jumping towards me. Hey, what's going on? Are you alright? What happened to all the other parkour masters? Are they still alive?
I'm sorry, Evbo, but the new champion has ordered me to race you in this parkour course.
He ordered you to race me. Why would you do that?
If I don't, he'll race me himself. And I don't want to end up like the others.
Then don't, okay? Look, as soon as you challenge me to a parkour race, one of us will die. And you're not gonna beat me, so why don't you just give me time to defeat the parkour villain, and then we'll all be okay. Just don't challenge me and trust me, I can do this.
I'm sorry, Evbo, but racing you seems like my best option to stay alive. I challenge you to a parkour race.
And just like that, after those words were said, I could do nothing. Both of us were locked into a parkour race, meaning once one of us finishes the course, the other one will die, no matter what. This is exactly what the parkour villain wanted. He introduced this illegal form of parkour, and now he gets to watch and laugh as I fight to the death with the people that I'm trying to save. The worst part is that the parkour villain knows that these parkour masters are no match for me. All he wants is to watch me suffer as I eliminate my friends. After doing the last 2 Neo jumps, I knew the parkour race was over. Part of me wanted to just stop right here before the last jump and let the parkour master win, but I knew I couldn't. If I ended my journey right here, then no one would be able to stop the parkour villain, and many more lives would be lost. After I made the final jump of the parkour race, the parkour master was gone, and the fight was over. But the fight against the parkour villain hadn't even begun. If I don't get to the top of parkour civilization quickly enough, the villain will use the command blocks to delete me from this world, and I'll have no chance to save these people. Which means there's no time to waste. The last time I saved the world, I actually had a plan. But now I have no plan, no blocks to fight with, and I just realized I have no way up to the top. Oh, I'm so done for. I didn't even realize that my champion boots were gone, and only the parkour champion can see the path up to the top. But that doesn't mean it's not here. Oh no, I have a really bad idea. Okay, I'm 99% sure this is where the first jump starts. If I get this wrong, well, it was a good life. I jumped into the air expecting to be falling, but I wasn't. The path to the top of parkour civilization was here. I just couldn't see it without my champion boots on. If this idea didn't work, saving the world would have been impossible. But now, it's just slightly less impossible. Oh man, I have to do so many invisible jumps. Oh, this is not gonna be easy. Only thing I could do was rely on my memory of the parkour course up to the top. Luckily, I've made this journey numerous times over the course of my life, but still, jumping on invisible blocks is very much not preferred. Only a few more jumps and I was inside the parkour temple. But with how long this journey's been taking, I feel like I could be deleted in any second. After all, the parkour villain does specialize in racing. I made the final jump and I was inside the parkour temple. With no sign of the parkour villain, I can only assume he made it to the top, which means this could be the end for me. Well, if I randomly disappear, I guess I get to add an invisible parkour course to my list of accomplishments. But I wasn't gone yet. I scaled the temple until I was at the very top. He must be on the command blocks, right? There's no way he... Wait, what is that? On the other side of the parkour temple, there was some structure built, and the parkour villain was waiting for me. So, I take it there's a reason I'm still alive? What, did you want to get one last supervillain monologue before you use the command blocks to wipe me out?
I was never going to defeat you like that. I just needed you to follow me. Now, you will experience the true pain of a parkour race.
I now realized what the structure in front of me was. It was a parkour race, and it would be my last chance to save parkour civilization. Some part of me was relieved, because if I was gonna be deleted by the command blocks, well, I had no plan to stop that. But now, the course of action is simple. Win the parkour race.
This is without a doubt the most difficult race in parkour history. I want you to feel the sense of dread as you watch me get closer and closer to the finish line, knowing no matter how hard you try, you will never catch up to me. I commend you for making it this far, but I cannot entertain this any longer. Let's begin.
This was it. The hardest parkour race in history, against one of the most fearsome parkour fighters of all time. There's nothing to save me now. Miss one jump and it's over. Make the jump slower than the parkour villain and I die. Meaning I can't hold anything back in this fight. Maybe I'm not good enough to beat the parkour villain, but someone once told me that as long as you can parkour, there is always a way. The parkour race had begun. I did the first 3 jumps without stopping, but the parkour villain had matched my speed. This race was only gonna get more difficult, and the only way I could get a lead on the parkour villain is by doing the most difficult jumps with virtually no stopping. I barely stayed on after the ice block jump, and now it was time for a chain neo, which the parkour villain did effortlessly. I made the chain neo myself and made the drop down to the ladder. It was time to speed things up. I made a 4.5 block jump into a 6.5 block jump onto a candle. Now was my time to take the lead. I quickly made the 2 block neo jump and immediately went on to the glass jumps. The parkour villain told me I lost the battle with him before because of my inability to risk everything I had. But right now, in this battle, I wasn't holding anything back. I stopped at a difficult neo jump. I needed momentum for this. I looked back and I had a sizable lead against the parkour villain. I could do this. I went backwards 1 jump and used the momentum to make the 3 block neo jump. This was my time. This was my... And that's when my heart dropped. The The feeling of hope I had in this battle came and went in seconds. My side of the parkour battle wasn't finished, and the end to the race was just a few jumps away. I was set up from the beginning. The parkour villain never intended on me finishing this race. He got what he wanted, and that was to make me suffer. All I could do from this point on was watch as my life slowly came to an end. This was how I was gonna go out. In a few jumps, the parkour villain would make it to the platform, and my life would cease to exist. To be honest, with everything that's happened in my life, I didn't think I would make it this far. With every battle and every parkour course I've had to do, I always thought that a jump would be my last. And you know what? I've made some pretty impossible jumps, which is why I'm not gonna leave Parkour Civilization by just standing still. I'm gonna end this journey with one final jump. So, this is what the end feels like. Wow, feels weird. It feels like I'm still alive. No, but I'm probably dead, right? Yeah, I'm definitely dead. I mean, I jumped into the void. How would I not be dead?
You are very much still alive.
In that moment, I heard a voice that I've heard one time in my life before. It was the voice of the parkour god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you say I'm alive? Wait, how is that even possible?
Why did you jump?
Why did I jump?
You knew there was no block to land on, yet you jumped anyways.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I had no options, and didn't you hear my inner monologue? I kind of wanted that to be my last jump in Parkour Civilization.
That's not it. You were prepared to sacrifice your life for Parkour Civilization, and perhaps I should do the same.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parkour God, but if I'm still alive, does that mean there's still a way I can go back and save the world?
You may leave anytime you want. Just fail a jump and you can go back.
I can go back and save everyone. Thank you, Parkour God. I promise I won't waste this chance.
So eager to leave already? I guess my godly words are of no value to you.
No, that's not it. Sorry, I thought you were done. Please continue.
Throughout my life, I have never bothered to interfere with the events of Parkour Civilization. I was afraid of what might happen if I were to introduce my power to the world.
Wait, but you gave me the champion boots last time I needed to save the world. Didn't you interfere then?
I was merely a messenger. The old man wanted his boots to go to you, and all I did was deliver them.
So why tell me all of this, and why bring me here?
Because I have found my successor. You have convinced me that there are those in this world worthy of wielding my power, and you will continue my legacy by inheriting this power and passing it on to future generations.
Whoa, okay, hold on. You said I will inherit your power? What power is that?
You will become parkour.
I'm sorry, did you just say become parkour? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm a godly figure that rarely shows up. I'm not supposed to make any sense.
And just like that, the parkour god vanished into thin air. I'm gonna inherit the parkour god's power? What does this even mean? Okay, I guess now's not the time to think about it too much. All that matters now is that I can finish this race and save the world. From the beginning, I've always had to jump to survive. And well, I'm still jumping. Oh, how did I just do that? Did the parkour god just put the ladder here for me? Oh, I am still alive. I'm still alive. How is this possible? Wait, netherite boots? No, I'm the one who made the ladder.
What? That's impossible.
No, it is definitely possible. Now, let's see how this works. All right, just places I go. This is what parkour should feel like. Okay, what do we have here? I think I can build all that. I can see the finish line. I'm not giving up now. Come on, just 5 more jumps. Let's do this. Oh, it's over. Oh my gosh, it's over. Oh, that one really came down to the wire. I kind of wish someone saw that 360 at the end. That was kind of cool. Oh, my body is sore. My shoulder kind of hurts from that ladder clutch. Should it be hurting? I thought I'm the parkour god now. I feel like I shouldn't be able to feel pain. Can I even die? Should I test it out right now? No, that's a terrible idea. I should not test that out.
Man, why do the command blocks have to be a 4-block jump?
It's not that hard. Come on, you'll get used to it. Besides, you're the new parkour champion. You should be doing that in your sleep. Alright, let's see how this attempt went. Nope, he still messed it up again. Okay, so this time you built barely half a house, and it's also like 50 blocks up in the air. That's fine, don't sweat it. Not everyone gets it on their first try.
I don't get it. I'm thinking of a house, and it's not building the house. Why are these things so hard to use?
Yeah, it's more of an imagination thing. I don't know, you just gotta think harder. I mean, I got it on my first try.
Yeah, of course you did, bro. So what are you gonna do now that the world doesn't need saving anymore? What are you supposed to do as the parkour god?
That's the thing. I don't have to do anything. If the world needs saving, I'll be there to save it. But for now, I just want to parkour. I've been a parkour noob. I've been a parkour pro. I've been a master. And I've been a parkour champion. And every one of those roles came with expectations about where I should go or what I should do. But now, the only one to decide those things for me is myself. So, all I'm gonna do is parkour. And if that leads me back to saving parkour civilization again, then so be it. From now on, the only path I'm following is my own. I make my own jumps.
This is me getting every Minecraft effect at the same time for the advancement. How did we get here? Not only that, but I'm gonna get a full beacon, full set of netherite armor, visit every biome in the game, every food, kill every mob, tame every cat, and resummon the Ender Dragon in only 6 hours. Now, if you couldn't tell, this challenge is really, really hard. So I had to come in with a plan. I talked with some friends, did some research, and the way I wanted to start off was to spawn in a desert. This is important because we need to loot a desert temple first. Desert temple, yes, let's go. So while the first thing we do is punch sandstone with our fist, desert temples are important for one key resource, gunpowder. The gunpowder is gonna come in particularly useful when we reach the end and need rockets to fly around. And yes, I'm eating the spider eye and rotten flesh right now because we literally need to eat everything. This spawn was even better than I thought because we have a village and lava pool. So I made quick work of the iron golem, blew up some food, and went to get my flint. Oh my gosh, first try flint. That means the run's gonna be good. That just means it has to be good. While I build my lava pool here, let me direct your attention to the all advancements tracker. This shows literally everything I need to do. Every mob I need to kill, breed, tame, all of the random achievements. And whenever I get them, it'll light up like you can see in these top left corners. It updates every 5 minutes, so it might not be the most accurate, but it gives a pretty good gauge. 4-minute enter. That's pretty good. The overall strat here is to beat the game first, so we have an elytra to fly around and do everything else, because like going to every single biome, it takes a long time. You might have missed it there, but while I was running in the direction of a... Oh my gosh, I love that. I got some potatoes. No, he's to every nether biome. Like this. Oh my gosh, it only took 8 light years, bro. The Mega Tiger. And guess what? Finding the last biome, a mushroom island, took another half hour. I definitely learned how to find biomes better, like knowing what temperature zone you're in, but I also just got a little scammed on this run, and I was so demotivated. It just felt like a massive waste of time. Oh my gosh. After what, like an hour and a half of flying? 2 hours of flying? That was so dumb. I've never got either of these advancements. Yes. Oh my gosh, it makes a brown baby. I ran a few more nether errands on my way home, killing a piglin, hitting a gas back with this fireball, until finally I was back at spawn for the first time since I started. This has gotta be where I spawned. Yeah. When speedrunners get to this point, they call it the end game. Most notably, we're gonna set our beehives up to get honey. We need 4 in total. And then I started setting up the beacon. I started brewing all the potions, which ironically is only 8 because we can get the other potion effects from various sources, like a beacon for jump boost. Gosh. That was a really close call. But I didn't have my wither yet, so I placed that down and prepared to fight. That was so easy. Beacon. Next up, I need a spot to place my conduit and dolphin. This is the hardest advancement, getting not only every potion of those for my power and the ray fatigue effects ready to go with potions stored in my chest. And as I was checking off my boxes, making sure I had every single effect, I realized something. I needed the wither effect. The way I was planning to do it was to get a wither rose when killing the wither, but I didn't, and this was the biggest mistake of the entire run. Because I forgot the wither rose, I would have to re-get an entire 3 skulls, re-get Hero of the Village, Mining Fatigue, Dolphin's Grace. Not to mention, I was 7 hours in. My goal was 6, and I gave up. If I was going to do every advancement in under 6 hours, I needed to restart. So round 2 was a go, and I had already learned so much, entering the nether in 5 minutes and killing the dragon in 20. But the real time save came after that. After some sketchy speed bridging, I got my elytra and started doing all of the things, eating all the food, killing all the mobs, taming all the animals. One of the hardest advancements is killing 5 different mobs with 1 arrow. But thanks to some friends and videos, I had a setup. With a piercing 4 crossbow, I killed 5 animals in 1 shot. I was doing everything so much faster. We were barely over 2 hours at this. I found a black cat and the mega taiga biome, which is the last one I needed. Perhaps the biggest RNG portion of the run is getting thunder. You need to hit a villager with lightning, and if you don't get a thunderstorm during your whole run, it's over and the run is dead. But this time I got lucky. I figured it'd be boring to go over the entire run again, but by 3 hours and 20 minutes I was building my beacon and brewing my potions. I'd placed down the beehives and we had now entered the end game. And at this point in making the video, I was dead silent. I was full focus mode. I could not mess this stuff up. I was not gonna commentate while doing this. And for the first time, I got the wither rose. After a quick wither kill, we were on to beating the raid. The important thing here was to make sure I got the Ravager, Vex, and Evoker kill credit. Otherwise, this run was dead. I got Mining Fatigue, flew my Dolphin in, and had every potion ready to go. It was time to get How Did We Get Here? But if I choked here, I was out of potions, I didn't have another Notch Apple. This was my one shot where the nearly 4 hours I'd spent were worthless. But this was no time to celebrate. While it is the hardest advancement to get, I was on sub 4 hours pace. 2 hours better than I was imagining. All I needed to do was resummon the dragon and get a couple advancements in the end. The last mob I needed to kill was an endermite, so I blew up some enderman with TNT. With one of the pearls, I got an endermite, killing it and getting the Monster Hunter achievement. There were just 2 advancements left. Yes, dude! Yes! Oh my gosh! Let's freaking go! The timer stopped! 5 minutes to spare! Let's go! Yes! Oh my gosh! Yes! Frick yeah! Oh my gosh! So cool! Up.
Yes, I did it. Guys. Wait. Oh, I need like wait for that to update and then I've done it. Top 10 and rerolls, you know, I was like top 10 and took my dick. Update.
about this one? Is that better? I knew it. The second I looked over, I'm like, I don't think I set up this scene with the new audio stuff. How about this one? You guys hear me out? There? Yeah. Well, okay, so we can't go full face cam today. Blame Martin. Wait, yeah, I know. I'm just passing the buck on everybody. Okay? Passing the buck on everybody. But, you know Martin from Littlewood, my friend Martin from Live Series, he had some questions about the device I use for streaming, the Rodecaster Pro 2.
watch the back of the hurricane?
So I came up with this idea, and I bounced it by Skittles. It's the house. It's the best time. But we're addicted. We are addicted. And
The back of the hurricane's kind of hilarious. Oh, look at our oak tree. The thing's bending hard.
Maybe he'll have enough resources to win. I just need... What's going on? Where is the guy that attacked you?
Another chromodescent? The star engine doesn't really matter.
So this 6-year-old girl told her dad one day that she wanted to be a princess, but what her dad did next just blew everyone's minds. You see, although Jeremiah Heaton easily could have just bought his daughter a princess costume, he decided to go to the ends of the earth to make her dream come true. So after doing research, he actually discovered that one of the last thing called Bir Tawil. Although it was 800 square miles of nothing, Jeremiah just immediately flew there after getting permission from Egypt. After trekking across countless miles of sand, he just waited for Emily's 7th birthday. And on that day, he finally planted a flag that she had designed, making him king of that land and making his daughter princess for her birthday gift. But although Emily was ecstatic and Jeremiah planned on turning their new kingdom, North Sudan, into a garden to help hungry kids in Africa, people soon began attacking him for bringing back white colonialism. Experts also stated that just planting a flag wasn't enough and he needed permission from the UN. So although Jeremiah soon launched a fundraiser to get this permission to make his kingdom official, he only raised $11,000. A Disney movie about his story was also dropped. And despite Jeremiah even renting a DC office as an embassy, North Sudan was never officially approved. So this 6-year-old girl told her dad one day that she wanted to be a princess.
A NASA astronaut just posted this video of what Hurricane Milton looks like from space, as it's currently heading straight for Florida, and it's massive. Seeing a hurricane from this angle is crazy, giving everyone a whole new perspective on how scary this hurricane is. A NASA astronaut just posted this video of what Hurricane Milton looks like from space, as it's currently heading straight for Florida, and it's massive. Seeing a hurricane from this angle is crazy, giving everyone a whole new perspective on how scary this hurricane is. A NASA astronaut just posted this video of what Hurricane Milton looks like from space.
This fan got his phone taken by the UFC and you won't believe.
We found the world's juiciest orange.
Fresh orange juice.
It's a lot of juice.
I like the one with some pulp.
You could fill 100 glasses with this orange.
Talk about a punch of vitamin C. Vitamin C, you're there.
We found the world's juiciest orange.
Fresh orange juice.
It's a lot of juice.
I like the one with some pulp.
You could fill 100 glasses with this orange.
Talk about a punch of vitamin C.
The center of a circular chessboard.
There's a lot of great things about working in the crawfish industry, but by far my favorite part is watching my son explore this farm, getting into a little trouble, scraping his knees, staying off that iPad, and getting a world-class outdoor education. There's a lot of great things about working.
We don't need your money, Mark.
Did you know that bubble bass?
I have had the best time making the Parkour Civilization story, and I actually don't think I've gotten so into a story before, so with that being said, I'm just gonna talk about a ton of things about the series and the lore and stuff, and maybe a couple Easter eggs that you may or may not have noticed that I intentionally put in the series. So if somehow you are watching this video with no knowledge of Parkour Civilization, spoilers going forward, I'm gonna be talking about most of the things that happened in Season 1, and yeah, no Season 2, so just Season 1 stuff. Alright, let's get into it. Okay, one thing I really want to reveal is, if you will, a little Easter egg involving the beds throughout the series. So, aside from the houses on the bottom level, the wood ones, which I have a couple reasons as to why those beds are red, but other than those ones, you might have noticed every single house that I bought with parkour, of course, I have a green bed, and there's really not an explanation behind why or how that's possible. But I like doing that because it just gives a little unique Evbo effect. You know, gotta go with the green, of course, but also it serves as a little hint that beds could have some meaning to them. So with that being said, when I find the old man and he's got his bed downstairs, you know, he's hiding out in the wall, his bed has a nice little blue shade. And, you know, what do we know about the old man? Of course, he was the parkour champion with the diamond boots. So I intentionally did this because I wanted to make a little, you know, sneaky little foreshadowing event that implied that the old man had something going on with him, being that he was the old parkour champion. So that was one little fun thing going on throughout the series. Alright, so this is another random thing I included. In the part where I go into the secret room and I look at the map, the quote-unquote map, if you will, of Parkour Civilization, this little structure here in this room is actually the very first thing I built when I was coming up with an idea for a new series. I remember showing Siwa and other people just this little thing, and I was like, trust guys, this will be actually crazy. And in hindsight, it is. It's so insane that this entire series pretty much started from this little sketch of the world, so I thought this was a cool little addition to make. I mean, obviously people would have no clue what this means, so I guess I'm just revealing that now. Okay, so those are the main building design choices things, if you will. Now let's move on to a couple lore and story things. So there's a lot more to the overall story that I like thinking about that doesn't exactly have a place in the main videos. So one, because the story is from my point of view, so it wouldn't really make sense to know a lot about the background stuff that goes on. And two, because I just don't feel like it has a place in the story. You know, I like to leave it up to interpretation to the viewers and stuff like that, but anyways, it's more lore, so who doesn't like that, you know? So after I ranked up to become a master, there's a scene where I'm jumping on, you know, my super stealth mission, and down below you get a slight glimpse of the parkour arena, and I also show the same thing later when I'm climbing back up to the top. But in both scenes, the course I built to practice on when I was there and I was trying to rank up is still there. And what I think happens down at this pro level is that after I rank up or quote-unquote disappear in the eyes of all the other people on that level, at this level there are rumors that are circulating around the pros. You know, people have heard that I possibly ranked up, so all the pros that were left on this level assumed that this was the practice course that helped me rank up, so naturally they would want to train on the same course, so no one took it down. So I intentionally kept that in. I intentionally kept that there because that's what I thought the story would have went like if.
Behind me. Oh my god, that's it. Be careful, dude. Yeah, I'm flooring it. Dude, that was close.
It's May 21st, 2024, and my chase partner Chris and I are chasing a rapidly strengthening tornado south of the town of Morton Mills, Iowa.
Oh yeah, I see it.
But there's a problem. The rapidly approaching tornado is moving from right to left relative to our position, a clear sign that if the tornado stays on this track, we will fall behind the storm and our chase will be over. With no other choice, Chris and I are forced to start driving east to try to stay ahead of the tornado's path in a dangerous race against time.
Yeah, I know. Wow, it's still on the ground. Beautiful, beautiful tornado. Tons of positive underground lightning strikes all around us. Took some pretty big hailstones there as well. Wow. Gorgeous tornado. Wow.
Holy cow! Gorgeous tornado.
After driving several miles, Chris and I have started to close the gap to the approaching tornado, but it's at this moment that things go wrong in a big way. While Chris and I race east to stay ahead of the tornado, both of us lose reception on our phones, eliminating any way for us to communicate with each other and causing us to get separated, beginning a chain of events that will turn this storm into the most dangerous storm I've ever chased.
We're going back. You can keep going.
Incredible tornado on the ground. Which way does this thing move?
Which is my storm's path. Knowing if the tornado got too close, I had multiple escape routes I could use to turn away from the tornado's path. But without any cell service, I'm forced to continue the chase without any radar data, greatly magnifying the danger. Moving to the northeast at a blazing 60 tornado forms north of the town of Corning, Iowa. Moving to the northeast at a blazing 60 miles per hour, heading right for my location. Impossible to see through the heavy rain, and without any radar data to help me, I have no idea I'm about to drive directly into the path of death incarnate.
Hello? Hello, where are you, dude? I am just to the southwest of Greenfield.
Oh, southwest of Greenfield?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm working my way up to Greenfield. Be careful, you're a lot closer.
Yeah, I know. It's probably right behind me somewhere. Man, that 360 time lapse is gonna be sick.
Do you think, do you have a view of it right now?
No, it's like crazy raining right now. I don't know if this is RFD or what this is, but there's something back behind me. Oh, is that it? I can't see whatever it is crossing behind me. Oh my god, that's it.
Be careful, dude.
Yeah, I'm flooring it. Jesus Christ.
Is it gonna go south of Greenfield, do you think?
Yeah, I think that's it. Dude, that was close. I didn't think it was that close. Dude, that missed me by like half a mile. Maybe not even that. Holy crap.
Struggling to keep my car on the road in the intense winds and rain, the core of the tornado passes less than a mile behind me over the same stretch of road I'd been driving on just 30 seconds earlier, obliterating a home with a family trapped inside, tossing vehicles hundreds of yards through the air, tearing down a wind turbine, and scouring the earth. I was lucky to be alive, but many others would not be so fortunate. As I made my escape to the east, the tornado, with winds now in excess of 300 miles per hour, strikes the town of Greenfield, causing horrific damage as the violent winds devastate. The tornado, with winds now in excess of 300 miles per hour, strikes the town of Greenfield, causing horrific damage as the violent winds devastated everything in their path. Vehicles were tossed considerable distances through the air, trees were badly debarked, businesses were destroyed, and dozens of homes were leveled, with some being completely swept away. A mobile Doppler radar scanning the tornado nearby observed winds between 309 and 318 miles per hour as the tornado ripped through the town, among the highest winds ever observed on our planet. The tornado would ultimately claim the lives of 5 people and seriously injure 35 others before dissipating east of town, cementing its legacy as one of the worst tornadoes to strike the state of Iowa and one of the strongest tornadoes in recorded history.
That was the stupidest miss combo break of my whole fucking career. Holy shit.